chill. All right. Yo. Good morning. You probably can't see it. I have done something. And we'll see if it works. I've received my first hate comment on YouTube about the music in the background of the video, because it's like an edit of a stream, so we have music. So I've gone ahead and added some audio ducking on the music source, and I don't know if it works. Maybe it doesn't. I think it does. Yeah, I mean, it's the comment itself. I am gonna see if I can find it and show it to you again, like last week. But it makes no sense to me. Not worse, but and also it's not like hate comments type of thing. It's just it's poorly written, weirdly specific, half-assed, all that. God damn it, that's the wrong button. I don't even remember on which fucking video it happened. I think it's either Studio or Web Studio. I think it was on Web Studio. But I get it. But then I listened to the video, and there is just one part around the 2-minute mark where the music is a bit louder than everywhere else. And so basically it was fine until the 2-minute marks. And yeah, I mean, the message is still nice. This is the passive aggressive type of thing. I'm still gonna leave a like because F it, but it makes sense. I do agree with that. So I just reply like it's an edit from the stream, which makes sense. We have music in the background, so now we have audio ducking. So technically, when I'm speaking, the music in the background is going to -50, and when I'm not speaking, it goes back to like the -35, which is still background music, but louder than usual. It should be better. It should be better for edits. So we'll see. We'll see what we can do. Anyways, you may have seen something go through while I was I could do that. I could do dual audio channels. The thing is, it feels really weird to me to leave the VODs entirely playable, even though they are currently like in a hidden playlist. But it still feels weird if we are on an assignment Tuesday and you are just watching the stream or the playback of the stream, and the only thing that you can hear when I'm focused on creating the rings or something like this, the only thing that you can hear is maybe my AC or other things. So I'm not against the dual channel things, but it's just it feels weird. So that's why I'm trying the ducking just in case. If it works and it's easier for later. Yeah. Yeah, and the other option is to record at the same time, but I doubt I I doubt I can do that. It is already pretty low. The only thing that is kind of annoying to me is the fact that the volume levels of most of epidemic sound are the same, and then sometimes you have one song that is like has gain that is louder than everything else. So that's usually the specific ones that just comes across and are not that good for recording. Anyways, um, um, you may have seen something. My website has changed. We now have a bit of a 3D things that I wanted to have for a long time. So now this is there. And instead of having case studies and shit, we have a bit of a gallery of videos, shorts, and case studies. That's the thing that we talked about on Friday, I think. And yeah, I kept this because this is neat. Always has been. So this is a fun thing. Jeannie, hi. Good morning. How are you? How was your weekend? So yeah, I like that. Took me a bit of. I was teasing Nakim on Discord a bit on the fact that the full redesign of the website took me like 4 hours. Technically, I will tease you again. It didn't took me 4 hours to do the entire thing. It took me an hour to redo the entire website, and then it took me 3 hours to figure out that fucking score thing in Spline. It took me way too long for no fucking reason. It's just, yeah, but it's good. It looks clean. You have the logo that is repeated with the skull right here, and then I've added some really cute interactions on the hovers, which right now everything just broke because obviously it's not meant to happen. But yeah, still kept the affiliate links because that's important. And then the hire me sending you to the studio page, which needs a redesign as well, but at least it's here. And then the last thing is the pages right there have a bit more content than before. One of the things that is kind of annoying is the placement of the skulls. And Stony, I took a page out of your book by kind of making it clean on the 1080 regular size monitors. But then if it's for me, we have a bit of overlap right there, which is not much, but it could be a bit of an issue in some situation. But it's still, I still have the thing, the reflection to be made, like in the sense of we still have contrast, and the only time where the visibility will be different is because it's moving around. So yeah. Yeah, but as always, this website is not meant to be a good website. It's an experiment. It's a website that changes every 4 months technically. So that's a thing. And it's most likely has like GK said, um, this is a representation of me, and it's basically what I wanted to have. So now I have this thing, which is exactly the thing that I had in mind that we talked about on Friday. And even though we have a bit less like titles and shit here and there to understand what it is, what things are, I had to figure out like some thumbnails. But you can play videos right in there. I don't know. It's a more me type of thing. Personal tastes, as always. That's the difference. But yeah, that happens. Yeah. I don't know if the schools needs just space. And also I don't think I can with Spline, because I'm using Spline to create the thing. I don't think I can have it responsive. Like, I mean, I could have different versions of the background to be loaded based on the size thing. But yeah, on tablet, like, you're gonna be here most of the time. So it might create some issues. And then on mobile, we end up here. So that's just, it feels kind of weird. So I still need to figure out how I can make that work better. But at least this is good. It's the main point. Main point. Anyways. Larkham had questions. Let me answer said question. I need to read the question though, because I didn't entirely. You said you gave the mom kit a try, the free version, and you're asking yourself, why am I giving it away? I don't know. I don't know. Because people need that cat. Hi, good morning. And then, how is one person even able to create such a gigantic project? This is my 8th UI kit of this size. So I'm used to it now. The first one took me a good 5 months to build, with like most of the component that we need and the layouts and all of that. So that, and then the more you do it, the more the easier it becomes. Let's say that. And then, is that what our job is supposed to be? No, not really. Kinda, it could be. If you're me, yes. If you're not me, no. It depends. I do like to create systems, and I do like to create like UI kits and components and all of that, thinking about their behavior, how they work together, the light mode, dark mode, all of that. So because I like it, it could be my job. But if you don't like it, No. And then you said, I thought we were supposed to be designing screens and user flows. You could be. If that's what is interesting to you, you can do that. And there is no issues with just doing screens and user flows. You can use the screens that you design to create the user flow, or you can create wireframes, then flows, then screens based on the flows. All of that is feasible. Like, there is no wrong or right answer to the job of a designer. It's just how you need to present yourself for the job that you want to do. So if you, once again, if you just want to do screens and user flow, you might be more on the UX research type of things rather than on the UI software design type of situation. So based on that, you decide. But yeah, and yes, there was a typo in parent. I on the navigation thing, parent page had 2 R's. It was really Irish. Parent page. Anyways, I hope that answered the question, Malcolm. The questions, you had plenty. And why is my icon a skull? I don't know. Technically, I had my logo, which you've seen in the past, and then we started to build the badges and sub-related icons on stream, and I did the skulls, which I liked a lot. And then I used that to build something else, and I've been using the skull since then. So it's been 3 years of skull, and at some point it will change to something different. But right now it's just that's what I'm using everywhere. Stony, what happened? Why? Again? Do I need a clear like always? I know you will say no. God damn it. Yeah, I know. I should have checked the remember me. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Oh, still. But that's faster. Good. I need to switch servers, I think, and take Eagle. I know that. Oh, that's probably why you were live a second ago. And now you're not. In the meantime, I just read your message about the going 200% nerd and set up my own server for streaming. No, not gonna do that. You have 3 servers allied for you. Well, let me refresh just in case. I know it doesn't do much, but you know, maybe. And Cat, we're doing pretty good. That was weird. Eagle? Eagle was green and then goes away, so I don't know if it's a me thing, a you thing, an us thing. My browser thing. Doesn't seem to say much. Do I need to refresh for the network tab to pick up things? I think I do. I think I do. Can we just that? Doesn't seem to work. Maybe you fucked up. Maybe.
Toothless Viking is now following.
Toothless Viking, hi. Good morning. Good day. Good. Hi. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. Oh, you mean over this? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Maybe you want that. You want to see the IP? The IP of what? Oh, this one. Well, come on in. Well, we are doing design on my side most of the time, but then lately I've been picking up JS, Tailwind, and all that shit, so you might see some dev work around here. Might. That's a big might. What is the issue? You say, here's the issue. I don't know. Let me click on Ego, even though. Ooh. That's cute. That's cute as fuck. My bad. My bad. That is neat. Iceland is nice, but like moving from Iceland to Spain, that's a lot of climate difference. I'm French. I live in Japan, so I moved far away. But you probably flew above France while going to Spain. Just something in the API to give me my internal IP. And now I need to refresh. Holy shit. Now I give you my internal IP. Oh, yeah, that's not gonna work, Sturdy. That is not gonna work. The loading is done, but the loading internally is not done. So that's, I'm gonna blame my connection for that, you know? Obviously. Can I go to the get location request, which is where? Which is what? Which is... Sorry, something happened. That loaded, kinda, but then I don't have access to shit. I'm getting something, I guess, with that loader. If I remember correctly, you made it to make sure that we have something. For those of you who don't know, I helped Stony for the design of this website, app, software thingy. And it used to be much better when I was close by, because the server for the dev is in the Netherlands and I'm in Japan, and it's far away and shit happens. So, yeah. Refresh again? God damn it. And he told me that I shouldn't refresh pages, and now he's asking for refresh. God damn it. You mean that? Apparently I can. Which one you want me to click on? I mean, which one is the collection page on? Doesn't matter. Alright. I don't know why they switch. They swap places, Eagle and Big Bird, most of the time. So that's interesting. Oh, you are putting me through the onboarding things. Do I... That is bad. Do I... Oh, so I should have won Big Bird rather than Eagle. Yeah. God damn, Stony. No, I know, but still, like, not the first thing. So, collections are the current feature that Stony is kind of working on, which is making sure that we have things that are related to a certain actor, a certain type of movies, a certain era, collection of things. These are based on the MovieDB collections. And so as far as I know, they are not user created or user generated. They are the MovieDB generated, which is like manually generated, I think, but still. It's different than what we have on other sides. So let's move on to this. I just want to check things. So that is always bad. Anyways, I think the collection is showing me all of the content that is in said collection, and if I have the content itself on my server, which is your server, then and only then do I get the thing on the side, which once again, once we are here, the tiny counter shouldn't be here, and we should get a back button, because right here without a back button, that is kind of bad. That is kind of bad. Anywho, let me find one that has like a... I was about to say, let me find one that has a massive amount of content. Maybe the Harry Potter, yes, that, or the Fast and Furious, yes, these two would have been good. So this one, you keep the tab because you don't have it, but the other ones you have. So what it means is that teeny tiny red thing was about to tell me something, but I can't see it. Anyways, the data that is supposed to be shown here is the data that is coming from the MovieDB, and that is not preloaded because I don't have that. I don't know why we have a fucking F coming in. Yeah. Which makes sense. So I like the ID. I like the concept of it, of visibility. I'm not sure of the layout, as you said.
Damzab is now following.
Damzab, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate that. So yeah, having a back button would be great. Brain said, you know what? Maybe we could have like a poster right here, rather than what we had, like something like this. We're basically using that right now. So if I had, I'm gonna do something kind of not allowed, but if you had that, I think I want to keep like 4. On the side, and then this thing is gonna be somehow like that. If you had like the main poster, the first movie, the first thing that is part of the collection on the left side as a start here type of situation, that could work. That could be interesting potentially. Could, right? Could. Lol. Could, if it's the first movie and you have the first movie, maybe it could be the same, but that feels like a repetition that I don't think I would enjoy much. Also, this bitch, the iPad app of Twitch is really bad, really bad. Anyways, forget about it. So maybe something like this could help for the interestingness of it, and then it's supposed to be like an 8 movie type of situation. So for this one, it would be a perfect type of view, because you would end up here. I think if it's like the Fast and Furious one, which is 11, you would end up with this, which is fine as well. You can use the collection poster, but I really think that it would be better to get something like really a start here, mainly because if you are doing something like I'm watching Marvel, whatever, or I'm watching the entirety of the Fast and Furious series franchise type of thing, I kind of want to watch them in order. Or if I know exactly which one I want to watch right now, I will pick up one. So that's my main thinking. for having like the start here type of situation. And then on top of that, or after that, I would say maybe could be smaller. It depends on the amount of space you get. But from here, you then need some data based on the thing that you clicked on. So as I said, you kind of need to have a header with a back button. Yeah. And you kind of need to have some data related to the content. So I think if you have that with this, with I'm gonna pick up which one? Settings. You don't really have a back button in settings, but you know what? Nah. I don't think you have that much data, like as much data as we had on the person or on the TV show movie card. So I don't think a block like this would be beneficial. But if it's the case, then, or if you want to, because that's also an option, I would potentially do that. No, I know you gave me that, but right now I'm not looking at that, obviously. Trying to see if we could reuse the same card. I don't think it's a good idea, but maybe, you know. Maybe if we remove, remove that cursor to get the data here, and then we get that. Obviously at 420. Can't do anything otherwise. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking about right now. It's just like, it's kind of weird to get the current poster thing right here, like the specific poster of that collection, and then the data itself is gonna be, you're gonna have the collection name or collection title right here. Maybe in the data that is listed underneath, you would have the number of movies, and it's the same thing that you already had on the page prior. So maybe you would have something like an 8 out of 11 if it's the Fast and Furious thing. So 8 out of 11, and then maybe you have something else, but I don't know what something else you could have. Maybe it's a spanning from 2000 to 2024, as in the time span in between the first movie and the latest movie that we have. The genre of like action, cars, whatever. I have no clue what type of data you have that you could extrapolate from the movies, because I know that this is the only thing that you get from the movie DB, but maybe you can get more. Yeah, like as I said, you can get anything else that is related to the movies themselves that is not really from the collection from the movie DB directly. But then you get an overview title right here. Get some backdrops. You get 2 overviews, apparently. You don't really have genre of things just yet. So I don't know. It's kind of complicated, and specifically the only thing that the other thing that I'm seeing is the fact that the data that you have is really, really, really small. So like this feels weird. Obviously, I like my idea of having the first poster being the big one because it's what started the collection technically. I'm just also thinking at the same time about the fact that if you do that and you get something like the one that you had right here, which currently you don't, which has like 2 entries, you end up with like a big thing with nothing on the side. So it's debatable on its design decisions. My main thing right here is, how can I say that? I can see that. I don't want to refresh. I don't want to create exceptions. Like, I don't want you to have... I was looking for Captain Marvel collection. Like, if you just have 2, for me, you could have like the 2 posters in full screen, like the biggest space that they can take, because obviously it's the only content in there.
Twitch Enjoyer 199 is now following.
Twitch Enjoyer, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow, I appreciate that. So that could be interesting, but so if we get rid of the idea of a poster here, it means that you then get that header. And what I hate about it is the span of the description thingy. Well, I am one of the only English-speaking Figma person, so welcome on in. Can I just 50% that? It's kind of bad to do 50%, but whatever. I mean, the Figma balls joke is really obvious with all of the other Ligma joke that we've been seeing in 2020, so it makes sense. There should be a backdrop for every one of them. Oh, you mean here? I don't know either, but Maybe it just didn't load because I'm far away. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. By the way, if you have any design question, Figma question, whatever question, design related preferably, but whatever question, feel free to ask. I'm here to help. I am here to help. We have an official topic of the day, but I obviously I'm doing something else. So that social is gonna go the fuck out because we don't have social things on that segment. God damn it. Wrong key. As I'm not a dev, yes. I am just a designer. I have started to do some dev stuff in the past 3 months. But before that, not happening. So yeah, all the time. I didn't launch the widget today just because I didn't think about it, but yeah. I am no dev. I like the concept of some things, but I don't like really how shit works. Also, this is the most useless shit ever. So we're gonna see what we can do. This outline is gonna break my brain. And what you're saying is you currently, I should have a backdrop in there. Alright. Yeah, we can't go past that value anyways, so let's do that. I don't know. I don't know how, if... Probably not. Probably not. Where the fuck did I put your back button? I thought you were here. And you are right there. Yeah, I hate that. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. We need a back button. We need a back button, that's for sure. This feels so wrong in terms of layout. It's not bad, but it's just, it doesn't make any sense. That's kind of the only thing that I can think about. Or the other thing is to reverse what I said in the first place, which is instead of having a big poster, we get these collection title thing as a poster on the left side. So instead of that, which I'm gonna duplicate for dramatic event. No, how do you say that? If you did something like this, maybe. Um, bitch. Sorry. Baby. Ah. So you have your data information, your collection information. How? How do you resize yourself? Just like that. Um, the big one, yeah. Oh, you mean this? Yeah, but if we reuse the same layout again for the collection, then the user will have a harder time understanding in which situation they are. So the difference between a collection and a movie would be too difficult to notice. So I wouldn't recommend that anyways. I think that this is okay, potentially. Depending on if yes or no you have some data. If you don't have some data, then we good. Yeah. Yeah, no, you can do that. That's true. I do too, but I don't like that. I don't like that. That makes no sense. And we can't really fix that. Like, even if we added the collection poster right here or the collection backdrop in a 16:9 aspect ratio type of shit on the side to, like, put things in the white space, it wouldn't really make sense because we are usually having the media on the far left. Larkin, are you gonna make it? Oh, that was so close. Sorry. So like, that's the thing. I don't know how to say that in English. I know how to say that in French, but I don't know how to say that in English. To fill out the empty space. There is an expression in French, which is French, that is like furnished, furnishing. But it's the same. Oh, and now it's like, because it's Japanese. My bad. Sorry. Yeah, it's furnishing the empty space, which is what we used to say when we have a conversation or like something that runs dry. And yeah, dress it up maybe. Nah. Nyeh. I don't know. Anyways, so fill in the void of there, maybe, or dressing it up with a poster or backdrop wouldn't really make a lot of sense. It kind of would, but it also kind of wouldn't. So I hate it at the same time, right? Obviously. You also, sorry, you also have a split sideways here anyways, like it's the same thing. It's dangerous for the sizes, as in you may in some situation end up like this, and so your posters will look really tiny, which I agree. But you can't either do that, like that's not an option. So I understand why it's scaring and not great, whereas here it is a bit easier to manage, for sure. Like you see, if we did that, I don't think, bitch, bitch. That wasn't supposed to happen like this. God damn it. Let me change that. Right, if you did that, just using a backdrop, I'm not against it, but it's the same issue. You will probably at some point need to have 50-50 for the backdrop to match with the height of the content on the left side, because otherwise you will end up with shit like, not that, shit like this. That's no good. So there's that, and then if you end up with this, then you kind of fucked. It's the same issue. But it's fun. It's fun. It's an interesting layout compared to the usual. Let's say that. Yeah. He's agreeing as a full background. You mean you don't want the card again inside of the card? That feels weird to me. I mean, you already have both on the other pages. Like, already the case here, already the case here. It's already a card in a card. So, I think your main issue is the fact that it's right there. Because you have so much, such close cards together, that's what's bothering you. Anyways, that maybe I don't want to do that either. Like, it's to give you backdrops. Like, that's too much. There is nothing interesting about the... Sorry, there is nothing really interesting and useful about the backdrop. So, I wouldn't. It's a personal choice. Debatable. It really depends on the type of data you can have. No carousels, please. Specifically here, like that would be... I don't see the usefulness of having a carousel in a collection thing. But once again, I'm not your target audience, but still, like, if you're here and you give me the ability to look at the data that is in a movie carousel things underneath at the top, like technically you are about to give me these, but in a tinier, or like not tinier, but like in a small window, and so I will see one at a time. I don't see the point. Hello, hi, Milo, hi. That is a good question. Yes. Maybe. When you say the left one, you mean these? I'd say I've been... yeah. Yeah, maybe. Not in the same way, though. Let's say that. Not in the... God damn, my brain is making connection. Kinda, then yes. Yes, I have. That took me a while. Yes. Yes, I've been creative from the start. Yeah, kinda. Kinda. If I get rid of that, I'm kind of scared of this as an option. If you do this, it's kind of weird. Redma, hi. Good morning. Thank you for the 25th stream streak. God damn it. 25th. How much is that? 6 weeks? Damn, that's a lot. Doing pretty good. I have the topic of the day that is ready to roll, but we have other things to take a look at before I can start that. I don't know, Stony. It really, to me, it really will depends on the type or the amount of data that you will have on the data about the collection thing. Because if you... God damn it. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. If you... yeah, if you end up with small stuff... God damn, good job. Every fucking time. You can take a screenshot again. That is pretty close to center. I'm not gonna lie there. And yes, Tony, it really depends on the amount of content that you will have in the in each of the collections, because I'm sure that some collection will have more descriptions than other. Probably, I'm gonna say that on a whim. Also, bitch, what the fuck now? Like this? No. How can I say that? Probably things like Lord of the Ring or Harry Potter or other things that have like a very toxic fan base. You know who I'm talking about. Will probably have a description that is a bit more complete than that thing, which I've never heard of. Well, I mean, I have, but also not really. So the content that you will then get is gonna be extremely minimal and or extremely big, and because I can't define that, to avoid, once again, to avoid layout shift, which is what we try to get as much as we can, we're gonna end up with a description thing that's gonna have like a read more in case it has more than X amount of lines. But there's something that just doesn't work. There's something that does work. Still, not gonna lie. But I don't know. Right, and if you're on a small screen, you're gonna be somewhere around here. Meaning that you probably miss some stuff, right? Like you need to have this to resize itself, potentially to match, I don't know. $850 as a maximum option. I really wish I could have like a fucking percentage value right there. That's what Figma is missing. Figma, you listening? Give me percent. Give me percent for width. For fuck's sake. Mm. Fair point. Brain said things. Don't worry about it. How the fuck do I find collections? Don't tell me I need an account to find collections. If that's the case, I'm gonna fuck away. Oh, it's just in the API? It's not on a website? God damn it. Hmm. Hmm. See, I mean, that's the same fucking thing that I was just saying. If you had like a poster on the side and then you have the data, that's pretty good. That's pretty simple. And then you have these data. So you have the user score if you want to like show that for some reason. You have the number of movies and you have the revenue, which I don't think it's really useful, but I don't even think I can read that number. God damn it. Anyways. Number of movie. And then you have the same shit. Like technically I would do the opposite. I would have the movies first with the layout that we have defined. And then the people and shit, but you wanted to switch the layout. That's why I'm kind of attempting something different. But otherwise, if that's the case, then yeah, I'm gonna do that. And if you want to swap things out, we're gonna have to do this. I mean, want to swap things out. Have something similar to this. But really, I don't think it's a good idea. Specifically here. Because you will end up with something that is really, 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 really small for no reason. Oh shit, no, not that. No! Sorry, messed up. I want to pull something, but I I have doubts. For fuck's sake. Nombre, hi, good morning. How are you? How is everything? I need a collection title that's taking 5 meters. 3 miles. A long thing. A long boy. Can I 50% this one as well? Like just... No, I can't. Cool. I'm gonna 80% this one, maybe. That could be an option, but then what would be the actions that you have on the collection? That rhymes. That's interesting. Like also... You mean the backdrop instead of the poster? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Also, you're probably making coffee, so away from keyboard. I know. It's debatable. It is debatable. Did you drop knock him? Or did it rob you of the drop? Oh, now it works. Alright. You probably just did it at the second it was refreshing. Oh, you could probably not make it. What did you do, Nombre? What is the specific? Alright. I don't know. On normal text like that? Like you did that. God damn it. I think what's bothering you here, Stoney, might be the size of the posters right there. But that's the same thing. It's kind of weird. I would rather have the poster in like a bigger format, personally, just because you can. But yeah. Yeah. But then again, This feels weird to me. It's the displacement based on the back button that is bothering me. Also, 100% I am aware of the fact that I am currently looking at that outside of the UI placement. So it might be a bit different once we get that, but I messed up. You know, I don't know. I feel like it needs a bit more thinking rather than just doing that. It's not bad, but it's not... Something's bothering me. Let's say that. All right? Let's say that. Yeah. Technically, this one is only visible when you are hovering the navigation, so don't play with me, right? It's only on hover, so you shouldn't see it. Something's bothering me. I don't know what it is. Also, these fucking layouts. That is broken. That broken. Yeah. Yeah, that will happen for sure. And we can't really just do that to give more space, less space, whatever. It's not gonna really work. So we will end up with a fat ass gap underneath most of the time, I think. That's why they use the opposite, because having the poster being bigger, it is a bit easier on the alignment for you. God damn it, I clicked out. When you arrive on shit like this, like the alignment, you have like a banner that takes the entire thing, and so it's technically centered, that content, to that section, so it makes sense to your eyes. Whereas here, it's not making much sense because the height of the backdrop is thinner than the data. And I can't really do much, to be honest. Like, even if I do that, that then give me a lot more space in between my back button, visually, a lot more space, because the back button is like an empty thing. And based on the data that we have, which it's a bit different than this, but it's the number of movies, the score if you wanted to do that, and then you have the section, collection, category thing, genre. there. So if you have 3 data and you put the data underneath the backdrop, it doesn't really work. It could, but it will also like break some shit for some reason. Bitch, what the fuck? Really? No. Why? Sorry. One second. Right, if I'm getting the data here rather than on the other side, could potentially. It's a bit of a weird thing, I know. Like the fact that the white space on the right side is less impactful than the white space on the left side. It can feel weird. I know. And then again, this is the same shit as last time. It's just if you make them the same width, but they don't have the same content, then they look not aligned, even though they are, because they are all mathematically the same size. God damn it. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. You also have, like, they have this number of movies type of thing, which you don't have. I mean, you do have, but you have something on top of it, which is, Honey,
Honeyvera
hi.
TV raided my stream with 2 viewers.
Welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? What was you playing today? It's been a while since I've seen you. How's everything been? Have you spammed the channel? I haven't seen you spam the channel in a while. $10-hour streams, god damn it. That's a lot. Well, please take some rest. Make sure that, I mean, after 10 hours of Baldur's Gate, take some rest. Take care of yourself, all that. And yeah, I mean, I feel like, yeah. You got a job interview in the morning? Well, we are in the same boat. 100% in the same boat. I have a job interview in 2 days. One, at least. So yeah. And the wandering cargo. Hi, welcome on in. Thank you for the spam. I appreciate that. Yeah, Appleseed is a fucking long ass data. Let's God damn. Ah. Ah. From Brandon streams, which stream he disappeared again. Yeah, we've had like not a realization, but kind of realization type of situation where last week or 2 weeks ago, someone that is from this chat, or at least that I know from this chat, dropped a big pink PP emote in chat. That was a surprise. That was a surprise. But yeah. Cowgirl, I might have seen you in Bren chat then. Thinking about it for a second. Yeah. I mean, it's the type of emotes that you, first of all, you don't forget, but also it is notable, recognizable. I don't know. Stony, this is pissing me off. I am not gonna lie. This section is pissing me off because of these. Makes no sense. And if I do that, it's even more pissing me off because this is bad. And I can't. God damn it. I can't just do that. Like, you can't have the poster just resize itself because I can. Like, that's not a... It's not a thing. I mean, it is, but it doesn't work. Because it's the same issue. If you make it... if you make it 9x16 or 2x3, and then you have your max VH that is going to be here, then it's probably going to be okay, but also it's just... It's in place, out of place. I know you don't understand what I'm saying. Right there, because that made no sense to me too. But it is too close to the regular thing in my head. It's different. But like, let's say this is 100 VH. I mean, technically 100 VH is going to be 750. There's a 74 right now, so that I have that. God damn it. Can I do that? I can't. Like 50%, 50 VH is going to be here already. And if we get the posters underneath, that's small. or sorry, that big, then the collection poster doesn't have any impact. So you need the collection poster to be a bit bigger. But if you make it as big as it needs to be, which is like 640 type of situation, you don't really get much information. But then again, it's a fucking collection, so you don't really give a shit because people are gonna go in and scroll because they want to see some more content. So it kind of makes sense. But also, it doesn't. Larkim, I think you can't drop that emote. Like, you tried it twice and it didn't drop, or maybe I missed it. But yeah. That's because you are not on iOS. This is an iOS only emote, I think. I mean, it is on my Android phone, so debatable. It's supposed to be yes. That's a fat ass delay. As far as I can tell. Ah, that's about it. God damn it. This is 1440 type of thing. Yeah, but then what's the point? If you then go and take these again, you're basically gonna do the same thing that you have done here, which is, did I click? I think I clicked and it's just slow. Which is the equivalent of creating something called a playlist. And if you do that and it looks like this, then your user will not make or see a difference. That's why I'm kind of against having the similar, even though it's a bit like different, but having a similar layout of poster than data is not really, it's not really good. So this is better in terms of breaking the layout, but then again, if I'm doing the Appleseed situation, that is breaking my brain. It would happen though, that it already happens. That's why I told you that you would not be able to afford that yet. The creation of the collection page, custom collection page, as I said, implies so much shit. The same thing as special. Like it's a lot of teeny tiny data that we don't have yet that are breaking the layout, and we still need to make them different enough so that the user understand that they are on something different. But other than that, it's a whole other situation. And my brain just went into, oh, you know what? You could do that. That's kind of nice. That kind of works. It means that the poster on the side is kind of big and static. But then if you have more width, you get that up to a certain point. Like you need to have some sort of a ratio in between your poster sides and the height of the window. Like there is a point where these needs to wrap, otherwise you will end up with once again with this, and that's not what we want. But yeah, that kind of works. That kind of works. Yeah, why not? Somehow it works. Which then kind of implies that if we had data second, so title, description, data, even though I do like to have the break of data to help with readability, I think this is a tad better in terms of bitch. Why? What happens? My mistake. My mistake. I have to check for 160. Was the wrong field. Yeah, that kind of works. That kind of works. You just need to ensure that the grid wrapping list of content is wrapping, and they all have a min and max width. When I'm saying, talking about these elements, that could work. I feel like we have, once again, a ton of unused frames. Again. That's fine. I mean, it's a max and min and it's also based on the height of the window, which I know is annoying, but yeah, that's a thing. Let me send that to... I was about to send it, but I feel like I'm missing some details here and there, and also it needs to expand so that you can see the rest, but... yeah, I'm missing like one detail. No, not the play button component, but it will be on top of that, so that's pretty simple. No, it's more the next section. So right now we are on the first element, the secondary content right here. Let's say the last one is not here. How is it displayed? It needs to be an empty slot in the grid and not like what will happen. Like currently, if I have just 3, the first 3 will just grow, and so technically it needs to be like this. So that's a bit of an annoyance. It is a bit of an annoyance. Oh, that is Larkham. That's I apologize. This is a slow fail. That was a slow fail. I mean, the thing is, it's set to 4 here, and this is like a 1920 screen, kinda situation. If you are on an ultra wide, I don't want you to be at 4. I want you to be like at the available space that keep the max width of the things. So might be this, but if you just have 4 movies, then it needs to be displayed like so. So it's where the max width is coming into play. But technically, it's not like it's 4 and it stays at 4. It's 4 regularly, but sometimes it can be 3, sometimes it can be 6, all that. Anyways, needs to be cleaned up, and then I will send you that. It's not really breakpoints, because you rarely define breakpoints after 1440p. Like, you rarely have people that think about adding a breakpoint above. You have breakpoints under, because that way it makes sense, but creating breakpoints above is usually not taken into consideration, and it's not necessary. It's more for max width wrapping collection rather than a breakpoint. Like if I have that and I state that it is wrapping, I think I need to main width of how much? Main width of 240 maybe, and a max width of 420, you know, just so that we have something. Like this is breaking and it kind of makes sense, but it doesn't really make sense. Like It's also a thing like the, I know that in code you can do that, or at least I think you can, which is you define that the children take the same size as the first child, like all of the other child are exactly the same size as the first one. It makes more sense. Like it unifies anything. Anyways. Moving on. Because officially, it is Discovery Monday and we have a new tool to test out, and I've been talking for the past 2 hours almost about something totally different than the official topic of the day, and today we have a topic that is pretty interesting for me. It's a tool that I discovered last week and I didn't create an account just yet. It seems extremely interesting for other people, but it could be interesting for me as well. So we know how Framer, Webflow, other no-code app exist and work for website, and this one just popped into my radar, which is basically a no-code tool, but for web apps. And so you can create a web app directly from here, which has an interface that is really close and really simple, really similar to Framer for me right now. And that is interesting. Jonathan, hi, good morning. So from the landing page, as always, we're going to go over everything. And then if I can create an account, explore and see if we can build something. So it's a no-code builder without code, which I don't know what that means, but that means something to them. So that's interesting. It is cutting edge without compromise. That is the bullshit marketing things that, whatever. They have this thing for styles, which is interesting. The fact that you can have data from everything is cool. I think it's similar to Studio Design that we tested that last week, where you can have an API endpoint directly connected to your build. So that is going to be pretty interesting. They say they have dynamic content everywhere, which I think it's the same data as usual, a Discord community, and then some more cards. It's starting to be way too much text for me to read the entirety of the thing that they have here. And yeah, that's about it. Let's just check the tabs. Nothing really interesting just yet, other than the pricing. So hobby, which is me, is going to be free. Good news. Startup is going to be $20 per what? $20 per user, per month, per day, per project, per month. Cool. Yearly is 16, and pro they just rip you off, so they don't want to showcase price. Good. Cool. Too much FAQ, and then let's just move on. Oh, this is a tricky one. So in order to create an account, you need to accept terms and condition, which is the opposite as the usual behavior, which I feel like this is interesting. Like, you can't say you haven't seen that if you have an account, because yeah, it's pretty cool. Security check. Watch me, Logan. Hi. Good morning. How are you? I mean, if you're Logan, have a good look, as always. Come on, Google. Come on. Just be good. So, I'm going to expand this so that we are in the interface. First thing that we are seeing obviously, is updating my profile information for some reason that is taking the name from my Google account. Good. And then they tell me that I can have a username. So I'm gonna just have my username. Anywho, interface is pretty simple. We have the account apparently around here for some reason. We can search for projects, which is useless when we don't have projects. And then we have a thing called project on the side, which opens with plenty of things, which I would rather have in the center of the page rather than on the side, but that is debatable. It's there, so that's a plus. However, it is weirdly behaving in terms of the animation. Let's not derail myself already. We have a thing for package, we have a thing for an app, and we have a thing called new tutorial. Todo, I think that's how you pronounce the name. And they say try our tutorial project. Try our tutorial project. So let's do just that. Loader is pretty cute. Let's see. Yeah, that loader is pretty nice. Okay. So I don't know if this is built with the app. It seems to be, because right, that's it. But I can't really click. I can only press play, which is what they are saying here. I'm not reading anything, to get access. So yeah, the UI is really close to Framer. I would say that the color scheme, and also can I zoom in? Yeah, the icons like that being like really close to Figma icon for components, but then this one being really close to the Framer icon for stack. So that is interesting so far. But before I click on the play button, which is what they want me to do, let's explore the UI. Once again, we have on the left side, just here. That's the left for me. The layer list, technically, which is presenting my, I think, page and then all of my layers. So we are in a familiar environment, and then on the right side, we have the inspector, which I'm guessing as soon as I will select something, it will change to give me the data related to that specific thing. However, right now, it moved. I had some data that was pretty interesting, and now I lost it. No, I didn't. Something was selected without me knowing. Anyways, no selection. So we have the data about the page, which is the slash nothing. We have variables, which are called steps or steps. Debatable. API link, formulas, if we have formulas, workflow, if we have workflow, which I don't know what that is, but we'll check out in a second, probably in here. At the bottom, we have a floaty navigation, which is the thing that is supposedly or usually placed on the top right with the zoom and the play and all of that. I'm thinking about Framer and Figma, which are really, really close. So in order to differentiate themselves, they put that at the bottom on a floater. The UI is really close, as we said, to Framer, but also to Figma. And then with the UI being a floaty-based modal blocks, it reminds me of Modify that we tested like some weeks ago, which also had some kind of interesting things. Anywho, let's check if I select the div. The data here is giving me styling, attributes, and events, which I feel is pretty useful. And then we have a ton of data for a ton of inspector information right there. So that is pretty cool. Let's select a component. Components give me the properties of that component with the event associated with the component, if there is any, which is not the case just there. The formula and these look like they are coming from variables, like these things. Seems to be the case. It's interesting. We'll need to see how that works. And then divs or sections have more different values but it's kind of the same thing. So let's press play and follow along. Pressing play gets rid of the UI, and I'm guessing it 100% give me access to all of the interactive elements. So I should read things, because if I don't read, I don't know what they are telling me to do. Other than the fact that the first thing that I did was, because the fucking big green yellow arrows, we good. Let's click next. So test mode, when you're in test mode, which is what we are in right now, you can interact with the page or component you are currently working on. This is how you made the app change slide. Yes, 100%. You can turn off test mode by pressing the T or clicking on the pause button right there. Cool. In edit mode, clicking on an element will select it, which makes sense, which is what we just did. And you can change its property. Cool. Cool. This is based on my connection. It takes a lot of time to load the content, but we good. Quick overview of the editor, which is exactly what we did without any help. So we have the project menu, which I thought was pages, cool. Element tree or layer list, the Canva, which is what we are playing in right now. The bottom toolbar, which is usually at the top right, and then the right panel, which they call the right panel for some reason. Which I think they should call that the inspector, like any other fucking tool, but whatever. You have handle on the side, so you can resize your Canva once you are in play or not play. Ooh, that is cute. Sorry. That data about giving me sizes is really nice, and it will highlight. It's really sensitive. It highlighted the Galaxy S23 Ultra for like a split second. Let me see if I can get that right here. All right, so basically what it's saying, which is kind of hard to get, I wish I could just grasp things and click on them, but you have a bit of a highlight of, and you had, yeah, a bit of a highlight of the sizes of things so that you can check with predefined width. That is pretty interesting. Yeah, it's pretty neat. That is pretty neat. Anyways. Element tree, which is what we were on earlier. The element tree lets you navigate all the elements. That makes sense. It's called a layer list, not an element tree, because that sounds like elementary. I'm gonna say that now because otherwise I will forget. And also there is ads at the moment. That's detailed, but whatever. I don't like when tools are using known patterns and renaming the patterns. Web Studio that we tested 2 weeks ago had things called box to define divs, and here we have the element tree to define the layer list. We have been using a thing called layer list for the longest time for any design related tool, for any no code related tool. It's called a layer list. I kind of understand the not need, but like the will of some of the people that are creating these things to rename content. Specifically here, it's a list of layers, but also it's some type of elements because you have blocks, elements type of thing. But still, renaming things with non-proven patterns is kind of out of my comfort zone for these apps. Anyways, the bottom toolbar lets you quickly access commonly used feature. In total, go ahead and hold your mouse over each. Did I know? Can I do that here? No, it's here. Undo, redo, cool. This is the AI assistant. Well, we are gonna use that. The zoom, which is kind of weird to have a lollipop icon rather than a magnifying glass thing. Anyways, and then the publish thing. Cool. The right panel is where we were. That is a weird ass layout. I think it's because that was the size a second ago. Okay, so the numbers are giving me predefined values, which are here, but then I can't really access them quickly. Anyways, moving on. The right panels, which they display on the left, this is a bad move on their end. Lets you define the styles and attribute of the currently selected element. It will also let you trigger workflow when the user interact with the selected element. When you do not have an element selected, the right panel shows you settings for the page or components you are working on. So if you are editing a component and then you click outside of said component, you have settings for that component. All right. Cool. Maybe. And then the last thing, at the top of the element tree layer list, on the left side of the editor, you will see the name of the page or component you are currently working on. Yes, that makes sense. And that's the first time we can scroll. Cool. Click and name the component or use hotkey Command K. Yeah, debatable. If it's just for navigation, that's good. But if it's like using Command K for something else than what we use Command K for on other product, once again, I don't know if I like that. Anywho, project sidebar lets you navigate the file in your projects. That makes sense. You can search for files or browse file by type. To continue, click the page with the name O2 working on API. So now I need to pause that and then go in the file, I guess, and then go to working on API. That will change that. God damn, that is kind of wild to not have the options to navigate here, for example. Like, you have one right there. You should be able to. Anyways, I don't think I will understand anything on the working on API thing, so let's breeze through that. If you have API, you can just go in there and then you have some code. That's what I can check right here. This is the API dialog, which lets you call any REST API, which once again, I don't know what that is yet. Formulas, that's the thing that was kind of interesting earlier. You can use the data returned from an API inside of the total app. Click on this text once, select the paragraph, then once more to select the text inside. This is a weirdly formulated thing to say that you can double click to edit, but whatever. This button opens the formula editor, which is the, is it a layout thing? No. This is weird. That paragraph here seems to be for something different. That paragraph here, formula editor, seems to be for that image, GIF, video thingy. But then I'm guessing that if you click on this, you have this that is popping in. So either they have inverted, no, they have swapped both of the fucking images, and this is double click was that, or they just don't fucking know how to organize data, which is debatable, but yeah, you know, complicated to understand for a designer. Moving on, next page. Oh, we have nothing here. That is Wild. Okay. So you can have user interactions with events and actions. And so this is going to do the same thing that I've done in vanilla JS 1. So yes, I know how to do that. Cool. Anyways, so that's interesting. The counter is using a variable to store the current count and listen to clicks event on the button to update the variable. So I know, which is cool because I know how to do that in code now. Thank you, Stony, for all the help. And now I know how I can make that in that app. So I will understand the functioning things behind on top of this. So that will be pretty good. This is shit. This is the shittiest layout that they could have done. What the fuck? How? How did you say, oh yeah, this is a good idea? Anywho, you can see all the variables in the current page or component in the data panel on the right. Make sure you don't have any elements selected by pressing escape. Cool. This is that we have 3 variables in the count, which I'm guessing like it's the same shit. Yeah, count thingy. Need to keep track of the slide. I can not scroll here, which is bad. Click X when you are ready to proceed. Cool. I think they want me to do a variable thing. I'm gonna move on for now and see the rest of the tutorial. This tutorial is really in depth, but also really surface level at the same time. I like it. That is great. When you are a new user and you don't know shit about how things work, this is pretty good. I also see that they have a link to the docs and the YouTube video tutorial at the top at all times. So if I'm lost on this thing, I can just go check these 2 resources and or join their Discord and just have a question or ask my questions in there. So the formula should look like the image below. This means that whenever the value of the count change, the text inside of the paragraph will change too, because they have a link together. That is probably going to be what they call workflow, or at least that's what we called workflow in my previous company. So that is debatable. Yeah, that have an event of click. That is cute. We have when click, then yeah. So that's the event listener, and then it's the action base, your return type of thing. Doesn't do much. I guess yeah, it's based on the formula, which is right. God damn, the UI is pretty wild. You count, you have your variable 1, you have your number, which is an input, and then you add 1 to your number until you output 2. God damn it. Okay. That seems like a pretty simple thing to understand. And then you have all of your setup. Cool. And we've went through everything. Good. Let me check a component process tracker, the tutorial header, tutorial test, which I don't know what the fuck they have here, and the confetti at the end, which is pure code. Pure code. Good. Let's go back to the first page and let's check my first variable. So step 0, initial value at 0, and then my steps. Oh, that is interesting. steps here is an array or an object. No, it's an array. It's an array of strings. That are here. It is interesting. What happens if I... No, I can't do that. Cool. Can I type there? Can I just... Yeah, cool. That works as expected. Obviously, plop is not really a step, but you know. I like that. It makes sense. It makes sense. All right. I feel like we're good. So let's go back to the homepage. And just go in projects. Just want to check projects. So we did the tutorial and now we have that. I want to check the app. That's the goal. That took us 20 minutes to go over the tutorial, which is kind of crazy. And now they have a tutorial again. So, all right, debatable. Anywho, blank project. The reason why I want a blank project is because I want to check their fucking AI thing. Because if I can use the AI assistant tool to generate something that could be interesting. Apparently, it's not the AI generating things, it's more the AI answering questions based on the doc. So instead of reading the doc, I can just ask things that are based in there. Let's ask the AI what they can help me with and see, yeah, information and guidance about various aspects of the app. And then you have just links to the docs. Cool. Makes sense. We good. We are good. Shit. Okay. So. Clicking on the plus gives me the elements options, which we have like a long list of things. And if I know exactly what I need, then I can just search for the elements. So that's pretty cool. It is supposed to be web apps. So I am not entirely sure about the type of content that I could create right here on a whim without really thinking about it much. Welcome back, Jonathan. I was about to say, what time is it? But it's like fucking early for you. How? How are you awake? It's like 8, 7. So what type of thing can I do? Should I do? Because if I recreate the spam battle thing, oh, that's right. I didn't think of it like this. Usually what I'm looking at, because on my, you can't see it, but like around here, I have my world clocks. I have New York City and Paris. So I have like 2. But I didn't think about that. You are 12 hours on the other side. Like just inverted. It's 8 for me, it's 8 for you. But just AM. I never thought about that. Cool, thank you. Now my brain is gonna think about it. Did I add a div? What happened? Oh, it's there now. A 1 pixel div. Alright. It is not a website builder, it's a web app builder. At least that's what they say on their landing page, which I think, as the dumbass that I am, I didn't share the link with you. Because I forgot. My bad. But yeah, they had a landing page the first time that I loaded the thing, and then they changed that. They changed the tagline, and they had like a thing in the background, an illustration in the background that just disappeared. So I don't know what happened, but something happened. Anyways, so you can create a website, but they really said like no code web app. So it's a bit more interactive than Framer, I think. Like on Framer, if you wanted to have a clickable ticker, like a thing that does +1, +2, +3, that Chipotle, hi, good morning. Like it would be a bit more complicated to do in Framer. You would need to do that in code directly. So having the ability to do it visually might be interesting, I think. It might be an alternative to Codex, yes. Yes, which I downloaded and installed and deleted in the same 15 minutes for some reason. That's cute. Yeah. I did, but it doesn't work. Like if I launch this, I'm getting the ugly ass Notion calendar icon because it cannot refresh. So yeah. And Ice Cube, yes, I agree with you. It is, though, still a better option, or a better entry point to users and people that cannot take the time to understand the coding section of things. Like if you really need something quickly and you don't have the mental capacity to learn code, then an app like this might be better for you, even though limiting. It might still be a better option for the long term, for the short term, sorry, to get your things out. And then if the thing that you have thought about in this web app options work and is viable, you can then hire someone that will build it for you in code rather than just having to build it and front a lot of money in the first place, if that makes sense. So yeah, I love the cron branding. It's been better than the Notion calendar branding for sure. I do agree with that, Chipulis. Halfway. As long as you stop at understanding, we're good. I do agree with you. Like, people that build softwares and apps should, design specific, should have an understanding of how the app or software is built code wise. But going the extra mile, which is what I'm doing right now or on Thursdays, to learn how to basically do what this app is doing in code directly, is not necessary. It's a good point, and it will become some sort of a hiring point anyways, like something that ensure that the designer is now a design engineer that can do either the visual thing but also the implementation, and making sure that the implementation is well done in terms of front end. I think this is the direction in which things are going, meaning that the front end dev are getting a better understanding of design choices, layout, UX rules, and all of that. And then the designers are gaining an understanding of front-end code to be able to communicate with both teams, but also to be able to do the things directly. One of the reasons that people and companies are pushing for this, as always, is profit, and so they just want to pay one person instead of two. So when you are pushing for the industry of designers to learn how to code and the industry of developers to learn how to design, at the end of the day, you just have one person's salary that does the job of 2.5 people, and you're making a better profit. That is the goal, as always. But yeah. Sorry, that I just heard the back of the song, which was absolutely trash. I am not. Yes. I am not learning front-end design because front-end is pretty simple for me. Everything that is HTML, CSS is good. Currently, I'm just trying to wrap my head around Tailwind because it's the easiest thing for designers. But I'm also trying to understand how JS work. And the goal that I'm of the learning is mainly, man brave high, mainly to understand how it works, to be able to have conversation with devs in general, and learning JavaScript as the regular thing will then give me enough knowledge to understand TypeScript, because it's the same shit with types, and also the syntax of like C# or React, all of that. So yes. You can give me a suggestion, however, before you do so, I am not learning to become a dev. At all. Never. But go ahead. If you have a suggestion, please do so. Can I comment K thing? That is bad. Cool. Front-end design is easy. Yeah. I mean, the thing that I had last week, which I don't even think I can I load that shit without really thinking about it? Is that an option? Bitch, where's your key? To me, it's not much. And I haven't spent all of the visual design thing that I wanted to go for on this thing, but still, to me, it looks better than most of the dev-related design that I've seen in the past. But also it's Tailwind, so it's fucking easy. Yeah, just the design part. It's pretty simple. Yeah, the dev server is not running at the same time, so. Well, technically it should, but it's not. It's not running. Anyways, I would suggest that you look up Free Code Camp. Yeah, no, I know. We've had. I was right there. I have this already. I have done the solo learn certificate. I have went through. I have gone through the entirety of the Free Code Camp JavaScript Intermediate, JavaScript Beginners and Intermediate. I have gone through the entirety of the no, sorry, that's the Free Code Camp thing. The other one was Code Academy. So I've done plenty of shit already. And it's bad. Most of it is bad. It had like pretty... how can I explain that to something that makes sense? This one, the Free Code Camp, is the worst one of all to me. The main reason is because they have a language and a syntax that is just not working for someone that doesn't have the brain that already function as a designer or as a developer. So it's the syntax. There is like plenty of things. We had a huge argument with Stony at some point about, I forgot where it was, but the way that the thing was formulated was not making the same sense to me than it was for Stony. So Free Code Camp was, for the syntax and the thinking, the worst. Also, I don't know if you are in ads. If you are, I will repeat myself in a second. But yeah, done the entire thing up to the ES6 thing, and then moved on to something else because it was a bit easier to move to something different. Good. So yeah, I forgot exactly what it was, but basically the formulation to me meant something very specific, and to Stony, which is a dev, meant something different. And so I think most of these courses, online courses for devs, have an assumption that the people that are taking the codes assessment type of thing are either already knowledgeable in some partition of the code thing, or have a mindset that is really associated with code, which is not the case of me. For example, I have a logic brain in some situation, but the logic is different. Let's say that. So I forgot. I think it was this one. I clicked on this one as a random thing, but on that note, for example, saying a copy of the record collection object is used for the test, you should not directly modify the record collection object, which to me meant there is a copy of record collection above that I cannot see that is used for the test, but you shouldn't modify the thing called record collection directly with like a let. You change that to let, and then you do your thing. And so the thinking, now I have a different understanding of that phrase, but in the first place I was like, yeah, we have that is already used above, but I can't see it, and that's the one that I can't or shouldn't modify, and I shouldn't also modify this. And for Stony it was a bit different in terms of understanding, but yeah. I mean, it's that section, Man Brave. Like, a copy of record collection of the record collection object is used for the test. And that's this thing. The copy of record collection is used, meaning that there is a copy of record collection somewhere, and I don't have access to it. And the reason why I knew that there was a copy of the record collection thing is because in the test checks and the thing that they are expecting me to see, there is data that I do not have in here, as in like the numbers or the values or all of the thing. If I console log whatever, I think I had some data that I'm supposed to see, but I don't see really, like that or that has never been talked about in here. So that's why I was thinking about that. And so the way that is phrased, but this one was not the exact same, but I think this one is the one that we had like the discussion about, because of mutating data. Yeah. Exactly. But the thing is, I could, in my function update whatever, I could push things to my record collection, which is technically what I kind of need to do anyways. But instead of modifying things here, I need to modify things from here. And so the phrasing was the issue, and it happened on this one big time, but it also happened on other situation, other exercise in the course, further up or further down in terms of how it was phrased, which is it's fine, but still. Larkham, did you fucking drop the head in the center? God damn. Good job. I'm impressed. It's just it. It's good job. So yes, to answer your question, even though that's a big ass derail on my side, we did that. I potentially thought about doing this thing, and then I didn't. And then I did this one as well with like plenty of other options. Yeah, but we did go through it from start to end. Like I did the entirety of this in order, not randomly picking one and trying to understand it. So I went from first thing to the 113th entry on that course in order on stream through 3 streams. Yeah, I don't think the HTML and CSS would have given me any informations, but also I already knew HTML and CSS, so wouldn't want to go back there. Chibulish, you can drop yourself any time you want, every time the platform reset. So you have 1 try per platform. So yeah, I don't see what would have been beneficial for me to go through the HTML and CSS base. That's new. Yeah, maybe. I mean, that is the that was the debate on that specific exercise. That was the debate. So basically, the main issue that I have is that I am not a native English speaker, so the understanding of English that I have is not limited anymore because English is my first language now, but still not the same. And then I'm extremely semantic based, meaning that if you use a word that is not supposed to be used in a certain use case, it doesn't make sense to my brain. But when you use a word that is supposed to mean something and then you want it to mean something different, then it doesn't make sense to my brain because the semantic of the word that you are using means something specific and you're using it as something different. So that's what's happening most of the time in code, where I'm trying to understand some of the name of functions, methods, variables, things that kind of make sense, and then there is some of them that just makes no fucking sense because the English semantic means something different than what it's doing in terms of code. Most of the time it's shit like map, slice, splice, all that have meanings in code that have different meanings in English. So probably but I still do agree that the god damn it, that these tools might not be the best thing. And also, like, Webflow is fucking annoying to me because I know how to do the thing that Webflow is trying to do in code. And it's frustrating because it should take 3 lines and Webflow is like 8 clicks and you get the same result and it's broken and then you need to do the same thing again. Whereas in code, it's just like, you have 2 lines and you're good. you have your thing. So yeah. Oh yeah, but I wouldn't even take my native language for a course. Specifically for a dev course. Like, code is one of these things that, to me, it would be more confusing to get the explanation in French and the presentation of the lines of code in French, but then what you're typing is English words. Like, if, else are English words, for, loops are English words. And all of that makes no sense. And so if I have, I don't know, a French explanation of a for loop, and it's telling me that it's a boucle infinie, it makes no fucking sense. Because in my head, as a French person, I will read boucle, and I will think about boucle, and then when I will type the thing, I will type loop, and it makes even less sense. So it would be easier to me to have an English language course followed by a dev course. Because if you do that, you then firstly translate the words that you know in your native language to English, and then you understand what they mean. And once you have that, with the meaning that is associated with code, but still linked to your native language, is the beginning, then you see the English words that you learn in application with their meaning in English for the course. But that's a lot of work. Anyways, I just saw that is shit. Dear devs, please stop cropping data. But I think this is the same thing. I think this will be some sort of an annoying type of data again to get. Can I type T? No. T's for test. Oh, that is fucking annoying though. Okay, so I have my text thing here, and then if I do, I can't. Sorry. No, not that. Oh, this is fucking annoying. I want to duplicate the thing. Command D doesn't work. Control D doesn't work. That's an arc thing. So in order to do that, I needed to select my main div, add another div inside, followed by a text value, followed by another div, and then I need these to be inside of a div. So let's add another, what did I say? Div right here, and then this is going to be inside of that here. Cool. And then in here I will have my text again, and in here I will have my text again. I really want to have the tools available to me in a better format, but whatever. This value is going to be VS because that's the versus type of data. This is going to be my score, which technically it should be doubled. Have a good breakfast time. Thanks a lot for stopping by, Jonathan. I appreciate that as always. Take care of yourself. Can I fucking duplicate things? No, can't do that. God damn it. Let's add a text. Let's add another text. No, can't do that? Cool. So if you select a text value and you click on add text, it doesn't do shit. But if you select the div and you say add text, then it does do something. This is annoying. This is gonna be Stony underscore Eagle for now. And then this is gonna be stream element. You know, these is gonna be 0, which technically shouldn't be a number, but you know, we have things right now. Does support a Figma Framer? I don't know. It is not more your streams than mine, but yes. Direction gonna be this way. That. That is supposed to grow. How do you define that? How the fuck do I define that? Like width 100%? Maybe. Okay. This is bad though. I wish I could multi-select as well. That would be great to select multiple things, obviously, which is what multi-select means. I mean, divs everywhere are pretty... what do you mean that's something of the past? Technically, I wish I could define this as flex grow, but apparently I can't. Like, sections? Like what? I mean, right now I'm trying to recreate... Bitch, I closed it. I'm trying to recreate the thing that I was showcasing earlier, which is the... Yeah, but your section is a full type thing, as far as I remember, which is not the same. Why though? I can't have a text value that is... What the fuck? This is bad. And this is gonna be the same thing as last time, meaning... Hey! Why is this one working in Flex? And this one isn't? Is it because of the fucking width? God damn. Also, it's black on black, so you probably can't see shit. I know, my bad. Oh yeah, multi-select is a thing. This is annoying as fuck. I can't... If I'm selecting a fucking... text layer, I do not get the ability to change the data. Like, I have the the information about the text, which is here. But if I'm selecting the text, I would love to have the information about the text and the properties of the text right there as well, to be able to change that. Even if it just impacts this, it would be great. I don't know. It doesn't seem to have grid in the layout section. It has flex, but that's about it. And when I type grid, I don't have anything. So I don't think it does. And technically on this one, I'm not sure that grid would be more better. It probably is, but yeah. Oh yeah, this is the thing. Okay. These are my value for my paddings. Which I really want a multi-select. This is crazy that they can't let me multi-span stuff. Like, what the fuck? And same thing here. Like, I want this thing to get information. So then basically what they're saying is that because this text is not in a div, I need to select my parent div to go in and modify my values of the things. I have a feeling that these are kind of based on Tailwind values rather than anything else. So what the fuck? No. Can I just set that to grow? Apparently I can. That's wrong. Can I say fill then? No. Like if I wanted to have the thing in space between, how the fuck do I do that? Like this? Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. No, I know that. Ice Cube, by the way, I feel like you are saying things which make sense. But I am closing on my 18th years of design. So knowing that having the same resolution for most people is, I know that. Stoney has had a bit of an issue with me annoying him to make sure that it has like multiple values for width, and defining the website in 1080 doesn't work. It needs the responsiveness. Anywho, all that to say, yes, you're right. I want the thing to grow. That sounds really, really interesting. Don't shut up. It's fine. It's just that makes no sense. So once again, I think this is too complex and too simple in a way. Like it's the situation where we were at on Webflow, and it's the same thing, and I was scared of that, and I was right. Here, for me to achieve the design that I wanted to achieve in Tailwind 2 weeks ago, to create the spam battle bot thingy widget, it took me maybe an hour-ish, because it was my first Tailwind project, really, real one, to create the layout. And then what took most of the time was generating the JavaScript code that would help to capture the messages, check if the user is in the array, creating an array that stored that in all the things, whatever. Here, just saying flex-grow or width 50%, like min width 50% or max width 50%, whatever, it seems that it's way more complex than what I thought it would. Also, the fucking place in which things are supposed to go is weird. Like, I need to be in grow 2 and then here in grow 1, but then in order to get these values, I need to go in here. Makes no fucking sense. The layout and all of that is just kind of complicated to grasp so far. Anyways, if I had my background color that is gonna be somehow this, let's do that. Let's check this, check that here, so that we have the same. I'm gonna complain every fucking time. That was good. Not gonna complain about that. It's a base 8 spacing, so if you just use your shift as a value, you get 816 every time you get an entry, so that's pretty good. Other than that, it's not that good. That entirety of height, I think it should be auto. Yes, like this. Yeah, this is not great. This is not great. All right, cool. And now we have this and we can click on it. What the fuck is happening? All right. I think I've seen enough for my level of understanding and my level of currently, how can I say that? Current brain power. Let's set that at here, right? So overall, it's pretty good. It has potential to be an interesting and useful tool for people that don't have any code knowledge and or JavaScript knowledge. The fact that you can plug your APIs and your variables and all of that visually, having some user workflow defined in the beginning, like you can come in and say, I want a new workflow. When my user is doing this thing, then that thing is going to happen. This is great because it's a visual base for your code, so I do enjoy that. However, once again, because of the slight advantage that I have of I do understand now code and some basics of how things work, this is the most frustrating thing I can get. Right now, if I wanted to have my double zeros right here to be a different font or something bigger, I would need to wrap them inside of a div to be able to get my values. Otherwise, if I'm changing the font here, it's gonna affect the entirety of the text layers inside. And this doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, once again, you shouldn't have a div that just has a line of text. That's not how things work. No, if I select the text, I don't have any text editors options. That's what I'm saying. If I want this to be bigger and a different color, I need to wrap that shit inside of a div just to be able to get that text bigger and white. Whereas that shouldn't be the case. I should at least be able to, I don't know, give it a class or give it an ID, give it something in here that then can be used in there. But right now it's not the case. So all of that to say, if you have the slightest knowledge of code, you will hate this tool. It is great if you don't have any fucking understanding of code, which is great. And you need something to work with, link with API, links with user interactions, all of that. Yes, great, do that. But if you do understand a teeny tiny amount of code, forget about it. So overall, great tool. Pretty complex potential. Like it really has some options to get like variables, API, workflows, as I said, that could work really well. But the thinking and the how can I explain that? The behavior is not exactly the same or similar enough to the current behavior of what you would need to do later when you learn code to be able to, or for me to be able to recommend this app as a learning experience. It could, let me rephrase that. It could be a great way to learn the semantic, again, and the wording of things, like some of the things, but it's not an element tree, it's a layer tree or layer list. So there are some words that they are using that are picked directly from code and code environment, and there are some things that they have renamed for some reason. So debatable, but if you are a newbie and you have no understanding that this could be your entry point to visual coding, and then when you need to get something that is a bit more complex or a bit more flexible, either they have new updates or you have the ability to just learn code directly, and that would be better. Might be, I don't know. But yeah, I think that's about it for this specific thing. Moving on. So close indeed. Indeed. That's close. Close. Stony, I know you said something earlier about dropping the thing in the cleanup section. No, not yet. Not yet. Have a good walk of the dog. Appreciate that. I appreciate you being here. Take care of yourself. Take care of the dog, as always, and maybe see you later. I don't know. You know, I know, but like, it's not good yet. It's lacking things. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. We have an official topic of the day. I need to talk about the topic of the day. Otherwise, what's the point of the topic of the day if I don't topic of the day? Did I say topic of the day so far? Should I say topic of the day again? Debatable. Debatable. So, question in placement. Would the collection names... Also, what the fuck is this doing so far out? Would the collection name... Oh, why am I on dev? Sorry. Force of habit. I need to check the collection names in the regular length. Do you have like the data about the max length and the min length? Is that a thing that you get or have or no or don't load? What the... It's 21 again. My connection doesn't like me. No, I mean the title length, the character length. Like, this is a big ass title. From now, I've seen 2 lines. Do we have a 3rd line at some point? Could have, isn't. Could have. Oops. God damn, this one is... It's wild. This one is longer than 2 lines. Can you give me the MovieDB base of that, or can I fetch it from here? Is that an option? Like, source somehow, somewhere in their title coming from something. Oh, that seems like not an option for me. Pokemon Advanced Generation Collection. All right, that's the title. So this one is 3 lines. So far, bitch. Can you not? Thank you. This one is probably also 3 lines. It might be a tad longer. Let's check. Now that I know how to get it. Oh yeah, that is a smidge longer. So let's say this is the longest one that we have. It's gonna be here. Cool. I was expecting that, but I was thinking about what happened if we could put like the data around there next to the title. That would be a bit better, but no, that is not an option. And yeah, that's gonna be that is gonna be bad. Cool. So my regular 1280. Yeah, I know you have a dynamic font size, but here you need more than a font size. You need that thing to be, I don't know, 300 maybe. I wish I had the fucking description of this thing. But still, like Appleseed is that is the length, so I need that anyways. I think this would be some sort of a worst case scenario thing. Smallest version, biggest description. Do I care? Kinda. Like you can't go here, and 1280 is already really small. 1440p is gonna be somehow around here. And so I think that if we define that the poster is always taking the same height, which was my initial thought, I may be fucked right there. Because the height is going to be the same thing anyways. Like that behavior makes sense to me. Up to here. Like 1280 is kind of toaster wave high. Welcome on it. What builder is this? This is just Figma. Right now it's Figma. So that's just design stuff. Right. So if I get that to 1440, right, regular size, and then let's duplicate that again to 1920. God damn it. A 1920 width website is gonna have a viewport of like 920, 8 something. Like it's not a 1920 by 1080 I mean, it is a 1920 by 1080 display, but it's not a 1920 by 1080 window. So taking into consideration the header, if you have one, and your Chrome browser thing, you're gonna be at like 9,980 kind of thing. So if we take 980 as a base and then we resize this to fit with the defined behavior, which is it grows. God damn it, that's a bit too much, bitch. That might be a tad big. And 750 for these is kind of okay. This one might be a bit small. Like 1280 750 is the regular 12-inch 13-inch shit. I guess 860 might work on this one, but then that'd give me the same fucking thing, which I wanted to avoid. Kane, hi, good morning. How are you? How is everything? Ollie. Wait. Cool. Yeah, that is kind of... That behavior is debatable. That behavior is debatable, Stoney. I'm not against it, but still debatable. Pasta frolla. I'm guessing it's some pasta stuff. I don't know what frolla is. I wish I was eating some stuff. I've been not eating less, but not eating much lately. I like it a lot, Stoney. I like the 1920 behavior best. Because you can still see some data on the underneath the description, because the text is taking enough space, all of that. But yeah. Is the Morton? Hi, welcome on in. I am not a software engineer. I was about to say just yet, but yeah, no, I'm not. I'm a designer who learns JavaScript on Thursdays. That's about it. But yeah, hi, welcome on in. It is cake. All right, pasta frolla. Oh yeah, it's god damn it, it is indeed. Not what I had in mind. I don't think so. I don't think so. I've been designing for 18 years. I think I'm good. But it's also, I've been designing for 18 years and I could use a change of career at this point. So yes, could. Yeah, I think it's pie. I mean, it is a pie, but interesting. Yeah. So maybe it's time for you to become a designer and time for me to become a dev. You wish. Most of the dev that have seen me work, they have always questioned their life decisions because of how simple or easy I make things look when I'm playing with like Figma and shit. So I get it. I get it. Maybe it's time to change. Stony, this is okay. What do you think about that behavior? Is it fine? Can you achieve that easily? The fact that the height of the card depends on the height of the section. Like, it's not a percentage of the page. It's set in stone. Technically, you will always have 32 on one side, 32 at the bottom, and then it's just, if the entirety of the fucking page is like resized, then this thing is gonna be squished to be somewhere around here. Does that make sense to you, Stony? I'm not asking if it's already working like this. I'm asking, like, is that an okay behavior to you, that something could end up like this if you had a Samsung Odyssey 49-inch and you are using your window in half screen height? Which who the fuck hurt you if you did do that? But that's god damn. But yeah, if you're fine with that, then I think this is kind of the best option that we have to get a layout that is really different than what we currently have, and play with it. God, these illustrations are great. I've seen a TikTok about a new TV show that is called Shogun. It's on Hulu. This thing. Oh, it's on Disney Plus. Disney Plus. The plus was really French. And I've seen a TikTok of a guy saying that the first episode, or the first two episodes, or I forgot what exactly time span thing, is in Japanese because it happens in Japan, so that makes sense. But what they did was write the script in English, send it to a Japanese translation agency, and then that speak English and can do the translation, and then that Japanese translation agency sent the script to a Japanese only agency that then like rewrote the script in Japanese to be accurate to the time frame in which the action is taking place, and then they sent that back to the Japanese previous company to translate it back to English to then send it back to the studio. And the guy was saying, if they put that much efforts, yes, in the translation and the accuracy of the language from that period of time, right now in the first episode, they are expecting to see great things from that show in the future, which I kind of agree with, if that's true. Mainly their point was because doing that with how can I say that? Doing that with like not the option, or the option to just don't care about it and just send that to the American audience that will not even notice the differences. That's a thing, but yeah. That's interesting as well, Stoney. Without really making it bigger. I have a feeling that this is personally biased by the illustrations, so I'm gonna go on Fast and Furious because I know that this one is gonna be bad. If the clicks work. You could make it. Like him. You could make it. Shit, so close. My bad. False hopes. Where the fuck is Fast and Furious? Right there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that might be a tad big. Also, that's fucked. You fucked up. Specifically here, like that. It's not gonna work. I don't know. I don't know. Log him. Let's see if you're right. If I win on this one, then yes, it is rigged. There is a high probability of me not making it. Right there, then. Yeah, not rigged. Can confirm, not rigged. What's the fucking size of my screen? I always forget. This is a not much by not much. God damn it. My window is 1708. Who the fuck did that? Who? Apple. Who created 1708? God damn it. If your sizes are done properly, Stony, that is what I'm supposed to see when everything is done. I know your sizes are fucked, but don't worry about it. It's fine. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Bitch, what the fuck? I lied. Apparently, I lied. That is what I'm supposed to see. Cool. Which is pretty close. Ultron, hi. Good evening. How are you? How is your day going? This is pretty nice so far, but also...
It's the Morton is now following.
Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate that. I have questions for you now. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? And thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate that. how. Yeah, this is kind of hmm. Um, the thing that is pissing me off right now is the fact that the um that is the test value, and then if what you gave me is the exact data that you are getting from the MovieDB for that collection, Stony. I mean, that's a long ass description. Ah. That is neat. I mean, getting focus is really good, or having the ability to just focus for a bit on something. Yes. As I said in the beginning of the stream, at not yesterday, but like on Saturday morning, I went to the gym, and then I came back, took a shower, and I did that in like 4 hours. Changed my entire website to get something that is more aligned with what I wanted to have as a portfolio. And yeah. And then since yesterday, I've been adding shit like this, which is useless, but you know, like different placement and other activities. So, you know, things. But if I didn't have the focus brain on Saturday, I wouldn't would have been able to do all that. And Lakem, for your information, because that's also for the information of everyone. By the way, God damn it. This is made in Spline, and it's based on one of the really popular thing of the community, which I used, which is, where is this bitch? Which is somewhere around here. Please, just show it to me. There. So this one exists. It's the same base. They currently have something that is really snappy, and it's just, it was too snappy for me, and I needed something that was a bit different with no background and no highlight, all of that. So I just took it, exploded the thing, understood how it works, and then built a new one based on that, using my skull icon, which is interesting. Anyways, now that I know how to do that, because it's the easiest shit ever, if you wanted to integrate something similar to this on your website, you can easily do that by creating a new file. And Redman, have a good rest of your lunch. Take care of yourself. And we'll see you soon. So let's say I have this thing that is going to be with an extrusion of, I don't know, 60. 60? That's 60? Like that. Here. And then it has a bevel of 4 and a bevel slide of 8. And then I'm gonna round corner radius at, I don't know, 4, 6, 8. Somehow. Right? Getting that. Cool. Now that you have this, you need to group the selection. You do that? I could do that. That's a fair point. You get your thing in a grid. That's about it. Then you convert that into instances, and you just add values. I can't find how to space things better, but that's about it. You get that with a fucking event, and that event is gonna be look at your cursor, and that's it. They all follow you now. That's so easy. I didn't know it was that easy. So, yeah. Can you share that, Ultron? I want to check it out. Also, Phils, hi, good morning. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? I wish spacing was a thing, but it's not, and that pisses me off so much. So much. And then the only thing that you need to do is ensure that you have some sort of a neat material. And then you're good. See how easy that was? God damn it. Let me check that. Ooh. Ooh. That is cute. That is cute as fuck. I like that. I like that. That's neat. I know you're using difference for the text in order to ensure that you have readability, but you will end up with some artifact with difference. If it's an option, I would highly recommend you to get something that isn't a blending mode. Specifically, if you have a colored based background. Like, it's mostly dark colors, but then you end up with this, which is fucking up your readability. Ugh. That's sad. It makes sense, but yeah. Anyways, nonetheless, really good. I like that background. I like that background a lot. I wish it was like automatically animating other than with your cursor. So it would animate when the cursor is there, but then if it's not, if the cursor is not there, it would do something different. Like you can see how the scrolls are just following me, and then if I'm hovering something else, they just slowly move. And then here, I would love for them to just have some sort of a wave distraction, like to show you that they can move around rather than just being static. Because right now you can see that the bottom left one is yellow, extremely yellow, because of how the texture is set and the lighting position. So yeah. Yeah, difference is usually the best option that you will have when you have shit like this. Let me... that. Bad. No, this one is a bit too bad. Let's use my regular thing. That's once again not good. Let's use my 7XL and fat. Still not big enough for me. So here, if I'm getting that element into difference, which is what you have, you're getting something that is either extremely dark or extremely light based on the background. And so the other options that you would have would be the color or the luminosity. And so that kind of ensure that it's the opposite. But with that in mind, when you do have this issue, like on black, it's good, but then on white, once again, you're losing it. So your difference will work whenever. So that's why you use difference most of the time. It's just like some of these things are kind of complicated to grasp. Exclusion could, but it's such a small detail. So what we sometimes do is the mix-up of multiple things. So you get a difference based on top of, and you get that with a transparency, or the other underneath is in transparency. So you still get the transparency things. But I said transparency 3 times. But if you have an element like this, it's still kind of navigating the color skew things. But yeah. To disable properly when on mobile device. You mean the automation of move? Yeah. Nah, they're basically the same. You could potentially play with some shadows. I'm gonna say that. You can have like text shadows to ensure that you have a bit more readability around your elements, but then again, um, the next thing that I could highly recommend you to do would be to get would be to get a change of color. Like I'm sure that your Canva. Where the fuck did you put this thing? Here, your background container, and then your Canva right here. I'm kind of sure that the values are editable, and so you should be able to remove that white yellow highlight and replace it with a color that will ensure that you will always have good readability. So god damn it, oh, I don't have it here. The thing that we're using is Is it in there? No, it's not this one. It's the other one. It is. It's not that. How did I call this thing? I know I have it somewhere. It's not this one. Bitch, where you at? 1 second. I'm gonna open this thing. It's gonna be way faster. I just need the name. It is called. It's not the right fucking thing. Shader gradient. God damn, how dumb am I? This thing. Which is kind of the same, technically, compared to what you have created. It doesn't really react with the mouse position. But it's still like pretty neat. Yeah. They're using like this thing, which is kind of wild. So you can have your blob right there. Anyways, That is pretty much a similar type of thing. And so from here, you can 100% take your colors and say, well, instead of having something that is a bit like orange, I want something that is a bit more purple-y, and avoid like high contrast elements so that you can tweak that thing to ensure that you don't have readability issues. And so that could work, could be better, could whatever. But yeah, also this thing is not. Is that the thing? Maybe, yeah. So all of these are like made by the community, which is kind of not true, but yeah. It's pretty simple to use. And they said that they have, or they were working on stuff, but yeah, that's the basic of how it is. It's just like their regular thing is just a fucking plane with distortion noise thingy, and then that's about it. This is also a processing shader, I think. God damn, that is bright. Let me send you the right link, because that link is much better than the first one if you want to reverse engineer that thing. They used to say that they were about to release it for Framer and Figma and code, but apparently they removed the code thing. So I guess no more code. I don't know. This is new. As I said in the past, these squiggles are really popular lately. Yeah, inspecting them is pretty nice. The thing that we get though in Framer is not really that good. Also, it is extremely intensive on my Mac. Regular GPU thing, as in every time I have any 3D work going, the fans of the MacBook Pro are going off, which for a MacBook Pro doesn't really happen often. Usually we don't have fans playing, so yeah. But yeah, overall it is pretty useful and pretty simple to potentially get. So yeah, explore. Sterling, this is pretty good. Not that. But yeah, this is pretty good. I still wish that your back button worked, but that good. It is pretty good. It is a nice background thing. Thank you. Appreciate it. I found one. Question being, did I like it? Am I on the right account? I don't know. Also, my preview on my phone just died, like always. Did I like the thing? Probably someone scared me for a second. Someone made, and apparently I didn't keep it. What a dumbass. Someone made a background animation thing that was pretty good. And yeah, I didn't keep it. God damn it. It was in between this and that. This one is nice as well. This is a 3D spinny thing. I don't know how I could use that, but that's a thing. I think I missed. I think I missed the target and the target lock. I'm sorry about that. So yeah, these things are pretty interesting. You can pride them if you wanted, and then it works. It's really good. But yeah, no, it's I'm looking at something different. Or I'm looking for something different. Which it's between this one and these ones. For fuck's sake, I just didn't like the post. I've been seeing this one as well. It reminded me of, I forgot who the name, but they wanted to have like their portfolio to have some sort of a gaming environment. And this is a pretty good overall environment for a portfolio and project and things. The layout is really nice. But that's not what I'm looking for at that instant. How was it called? Can I check? Yeah. That's one of them. This is one of the potential options that you could take a look at, Ultron, if you wanted to waste way more time. These are like shaders type things, I think, but they give you the code. So, yeah, you can play with that. Anywho. So need to click on that thing right now. Let's check something. John Wick, you have just 1 out of 5. That's pretty good. Pretty good amount of content. Type A, B, or C. Okay. Mm-hmm. I think you fucked up. Just a smidge. Overflow Eden is cropping your line on both sides. You want me to type A, B, or C? Why they flickering the bitch out? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sorry. Yeah. Once again, yeah. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. It's fine. Cool. I would still ensure that the back button works, which is not the case here. I don't know if it's a me thing. Anyways, I don't really care. It's fine. But it's nice. I think I kind of like the layout to ensure it's different enough, bitch, compared to what we've seen a second ago for the other platforms. But yeah, yeah, please do that. I'm out in like 10 minutes, so yeah, do that. Share now. Don't wait. Something is bothering me. I'm trying to find what it is.
King_Ultron99 just resubscribed for 4 months. Let's go. Back in business.
Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. 30 emotes. 4 months, no ads. Appreciate that. I just want to see the layout shift type of situation. We're going from a smaller poster with the data, or sorry, we are going from a bigger poster with the data on the side to a smaller poster with the data on the side and a list of the available movies and things. I do like that as a transition in between two things. So that is pretty good, and it just doesn't load because my connection is shit. Other than that, yeah. Yeah, you know, I know it's just me. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I like it. You still need to follow what's on Figma, but still. Not gonna complain. Give me context, give me information. Oh, that's the card against sanity, or against your sanity type of thing. Is it a prototype? Ooh. Interesting design choice. I kind of like that. Yeah. You have some accessibility issues on this, like the contrast ratio in between your letters and the background are debatable. Not that it's important, but in order to match with the rest of the UI that you have done, which is mostly some sort of a neobrutalism vibe, then something like a pure white or pure black on the letters would probably be better. And this thing has a gradient, which is the only thing that I've seen so far that has a gradient, so that's a bit out of place. But other than that, pretty good. I guess. Obviously. Yeah. This is what we call neobrutalism. So as you can see, everything is really flat, except when you have images, but most of the things are like really black and white. The least amount of colors, the least amount of subtle details. Like everything is bold. So it's pretty good. That is great interactions. Anyways, I don't like what you had here. And I feel like you're not doing the same. How can I say that? Spacing? 1 second. I need the one that has the massive collection so that we have the scroll. Bitch! You're not getting a test, Stoney. You know what? I feel like the card like this is better than the card like this, even though I do understand in terms of readability, if you have like 10 cards in your hand, having a fan makes it way more complex to get in terms of layout and responsive and all of that. So I get it, but if it's your cards, having them fan out in front of you, maybe that could be a better option. Other than that, this is cute. This is cute to define who is the best. I like that a lot. I like the tiny crown as well for who won the previous round, or this round, or whatever. And why did you do that? Why is it a white outline on this one and a black outline on this one? Why? 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 Huh. Yeah, debatable. I really do like the fan thing. And then I don't know the game enough But yeah, no, that's cool. That is cool. I could, now that I'm seeing things, I could recommend you to switch things out a bit on the placement of your player. You can probably tell right here that if you have your player here and you have a fifth line of text, which is probably not going to happen often, but just in case, you will overlap the first word, whereas that corner is most likely going to be empty most of the times. So moving it to the other side could help. That's the first thing. And then the second thing would be to create something that is or has maybe a smaller letter tag to be less visible. You need to create a component for that. So that you can just have the same thing every time. But yeah, moving it to the other side, maybe, I don't know how big. Yeah, 68 by 68. You could go down to 48 by 48, maybe, to like condense the things a tad. But yeah, on the big cards, I don't really mind like that. Specifically, if you have like both sides, like the winner on the other side, or the one that has posed the black card on the left, and then the currently you on the right, could make sense. But yeah. Other than that, you did good. You did pretty good. When I was saying something a bit more small, a bit smaller, something like this, like a tag. You could have a tag at the bottom of your mini cards to just say like the initial. The same size is fine. That's basically what I'm saying. So yeah, that's pretty good. You have components. Why? Why not add this in the component thing? Also, why the fuck do you have so much components in one singular thing? God damn, that's crazy. I know, but these two. Are you paying for Figma? If you are not paying for Figma, I do understand. If you are, I don't understand. I understand. Because you could have used variables for that to change the to change everything, basically. These though, not necessarily needing to be two different components. You could just use K, the K on your keyboard, to rescale the elements that you have selected. And then these are, I know that you're changing the background, but it's most likely going to be this element is here or not here with a property rather than something else. What are we talking about? Variables? No. Variables have been kind of new thing. Nonetheless, being able to change shit with variable is new and has always, since the beginning, has been only available for paid plans. Because in order to do that, you need modes, and yeah, and you could have like your entire card I think I can create that, and that with one component. Oh, and the small one as well, with just one component, and then I need a secondary one, so duplicating the same thing for these. So that it's just a change of text values, and it's the same here. And then these are just a change of background, which is a third mode, fourth mode, because this one is a mode as well. And that's just a prop, display prop of, does it have a star? No, yes, good. But yeah, that's about it. It could be just one thing. Same thing here. Like these, I get it. Because you wanted light mode and dark mode, but... So did you do the thing? Huh. Impressive. Yeah. I'm not judging. It's yeah, overall debatable. It's also a different way of working. Let's let me say that the way that I work for creating things is specific to me, and if it doesn't work for you, or you have a very specific way of working, it's fine. Like, as long as the work that you do is the work that you wanted to achieve, everything is good. Nothing to complain about. But no. Like, the thing that I was about to say is this component should like, you should technically have something like this. This is your star, this is your name, and this is a component, and then that thing here is, or let me do one of these, and then that is gonna be like so, and that's gonna be like so, and this thing is gonna be here. Cool. The content, that thing is gonna be around here, and that is gonna be there, bottom left, top right. And so now you can just have a property of visibility, which is if that is here, so it's like star, whatever, I don't know how you call that, and this one is just the same thing, but it's user. And then from here, your user props for the name. So you will have a nested property of your avatar right here. Then from this thing, you're supposed to have like a property for the letter itself. And then that means that when I'm here, if it has a star, I can just trigger that thing. If it has a user, I can just trigger that thing. And from what we've done a second ago, instead of putting it here, I can put it on the other side. And now it updates everywhere. And so here, if it's like B, I have B. And here, if it's W, I have W. It would be easier or faster. Anyways. So you can condense, that's all I'm saying. You can condense things in here. Even if you want to keep all of the background colors, do that. That's not really an issue. What I would do personally is have, holy shit, uh, have my title and text and star and user in the same component every time. So they are all stacked together, and it's just a matter of do you have, is it the back of the card, is the front of the card, do you have a user, do you not have a user, do you have a winning card or not a winning card, and that's about it. The only thing with the winning card is that it only has a yellowish background from what I can see here, but then again, when I'm going into some of your screens, like it might be a bit too much, but also it works, so why not? Yeah. That could be a matter of extension of the cards, but appreciate it. Something is bothering me. I don't know what it is. My brain went to that. If you go on my bento, you get that thing, and so if, let's say these cards are your mini cards, and then I need to showcase more, like more of my title, you could expand your mini card to make it like taller. And so by doing that on your thing, that would push this one to the next row, or maybe push the entirety of the stack to the right side. But that I mean, it emphasize on the card already without even being the winning card in the first place. And then right now you are required to change the font style, and I feel like you also changed the padding to make sure that it fits. God damn it, I'm so used to that. So that transition could be a thing if you wanted to. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Like it's a type of card that I like to use, but other than that, yeah. You kind of do have the space to move items here, but like that's a party of 10 players, which I think 10 players is the maximum amount of players that you can have in a game, I think. But also I don't know, or at least from your screens, seems like it. I have IDs. Sorry. God damn it. Let me see if I have it still. I think I do, but I'm unsure. I see that. Thank you. I'm hoping for the loading time to still be good, but also I have a feeling that that's gonna be hard. So this thing right here is pretty good. If it loads, it's the time of the night where nothing loads on my side, so brace yourself or bear with me or whatever. Wait. God damn it. Come on. No, no, not exactly. Come on, Spline. You're not supposed to be that complex to achieve and reach. You should just fucking load. Anyways, if you want to check it out while my internet is not Alright, you see how the cards at the bottom just showed up? And so these are just cards, right? And that's about it. It's just, you just have your cards. What I'm thinking about is that if you are playing the game, which is usually the case when you have a game, your cards are in a fan in front of you. That's why I was saying like these ones could be fanned in front of you because you have them in your hands. By doing so, you will reduce the amount of space that they take, and you never see the entirety of your cards at once. So what I was thinking is if you have a stack of cards right there which are yours, which technically is could be here, whatever, wherever, you have more space for the other players to have bigger cards potentially, because that is an option. But then with that in mind, when it's your turn or when it's time to pick a card, you can click on your stack and it fans out, doing the same thing that these ones are doing, maybe faster, whatever, with the amount of cards that you have. And it's fanning out in front of you because you are the only one that plays the game that sees the cards. And it can be on top of the entire UI because having your card always visible, yes, why not? But it's not necessary, at least in my eyes. So you could have just the edge of the fan at the bottom right here. And it's just like you have your card and you can see maybe the beginning of the sentence. Like if you have read your cards in the past, which is usually the case, that could work. Does that make sense? Yeah, something like this potentially. If you have that, you would need somehow that. If it's a deck, but for me, I was about to do that as well. For me, it would be most likely. Oh, I don't have the font. Shit. White front, something like this, and then you just have your cards. Maybe that's the thing that you were trying to do on the other side. God damn it. I need to open that in another tab, but whatever. Yeah, kinda. The idea for me here is to get the beginning of the sentence, phrase, thingy. So that the user can see or have like a bit of an ID. But then when you do that, that means that you have enough space for the other players. And then your scoreboard, depending on the amount of players, you can 100% make that smaller. As in, you don't really give a shit to have your name in your scoreboard. You don't really give a shit about your name in the scoreboard. You need to make sure that the other are not winning, but you have your score for you. And then what I was about to say is if you have these, it's like smaller, it's still readable. The most important thing is going to be the profile picture thing plus the name, not really anything else. And you can reduce that by a bunch. And then if you have a crown, it's still good. So you can do that. God damn it. Right, something like this, maybe. So that if I just, for the sake of the exercise, do that, you get a smaller-ish, less impactful scoreboard here. But right now we just have like 4 players plus you. And so you is going to be around here because that's your cards, your things, your environment. And your scoreboard, leaderboard, whatever could be around here, meaning that your card could be more centered, whatever. And I would still have that here. Your card is kind of not necessary. That's you, that's your table type of thing. So you could have that. I'm gonna do that weirdly badly right here. And then the scoreboard. Maybe on the table because it's where it's at. And so right now you can even have that amount of players plus you technically, even though you don't really, it's not really useful, but you have 8 players on the 9 players on the table, you included. And so if you, as you said, if you had the scoreboard here as a model type of thing, you can just have your 10 players in 4 cards instead of doing that. I don't know. Just an ID. Just an ID. And I'm just I'm just taking into consideration my limited knowledge of the game. Like, I'm really don't fucking know how to play the game. But I'm just taking my current knowledge of card games in general and trying to just apply the behavior of card games that are multiplayer card games. I don't really give a shit about the rules. I'm giving a shit about the environment in which you play. So when you are in a poker tournament, you see what? You see your cards, you see your chips, maybe the other people's chips if you're not like paying too much attention. You don't really know how much that is, but you can scan their things, it's fine. And you have the dealer cards, good. And that's about it. Who's winning, who has the upper hand, all of that you don't know unless you're looking at the TV, which is giving you more information. But if you're playing the game yourself, you just have access to the knowledge that you have, which is your cards, your chips, the other people's chips, and the cards on the table. And so for this one, for me, it's like I have access to my cards, which are in front of me. I have access to my score because it's in my head. The scoreboard is not necessary technically because it's in between games that I know. Cartwright, hi, you arrived next to the end, kind of. I said that I was out 30 minutes ago, and I didn't. Welcome on in. So the scoreboard is not necessary. It can happen in between games, like you arrive on the, I guess, homepage things that tells you that you have done X amount of games and you've won 3, or whoever, David, has won 2, whatever, and that's the scoreboard. But I don't really know. So that could work. Once again, reminder that this is good for 1440p display. If you are on a small screen, that might be a bit tricky to compress, so you can always ensure that these things are like smaller in the middle if that's necessary, but you know, that's an option. And then your badges probably would benefit from that, because the username is going to have, or going to be color coded, so you probably gonna know who's who really fast. And remember, who's who really fast, just an ID. And that kind of works. And then the confirm your selection is just, for me, is gonna be like pick a card. God damn it, I can't type. But yeah, I would say pick a card right here. And then when you do that, it just fan out your cards on top of the entirety of the game, which to me is gonna have some effects like god damn it. Sorry, that pissing me off. 1 second. Cool. So something like that. God damn it. Oh, I should do. Oh shit! No, not that. would have something like this when you're about to pick up your card. I don't know how many fucking cards you get, but whatever. Something like this. And then when you select some, like even though transparency not really good, but still, yes, you need it. You need some transparency, a bit of transparency to see if other players have decided on their cards. But yeah, I would just like fan out my cards, and then if I select one, I'm redoing your entire thing. Sorry. If I select one, let's say I'm selecting this one, that means that the other ones are gonna get somehow either that or this one is gonna be selected, like kind of bigger thing. 6, your color. I kind of want to remove the opacity of this thing, but that is breaking my entire game thingy. And my first idea was to do that, but that's not a good idea. So yeah, having the card that you selected in a maybe in a raised state with a fat ass drop shadow, because that's what means that it's picked up. I don't know. Debatable. I don't like the color itself. It depends on the user. Depends on the user. I feel like the grid format is not a good idea in terms of how much good idea. That is a good idea. Just be looking, thank you. 1 second. I can do that. Appreciate it. Can do that to be a bit more fun, normal, like it's a table game, so you should have your thing. I mean, my brain also went into you should be able to shuffle through your cards because you are gonna fan them out and then shuffle through to find the right one. Which is an annoying part of the physical game, but if you have that, I don't know, that could work. could, might, may, shall be better than anything else. Are you not gonna... I need to try something. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be okay. How can I... Hmm. Ah. Let's see if that works. So if you hear, you get your cards, whatever, you say, oh, I want this one, cool. Ah, bitch, I forgot that. Sorry, that's my fault. It's okay, it's fine. You saw nothing. Yeah, so my idea would be on grab, because you would grab your card. If you are holding, like click and dragging, holding something, it will then stack the rest of your card so that you can say, oh yeah, I want to place my card. But if you release and it's not on top of that, then it just goes back to the ID. But like right now, this is just shit. Yeah, that's the transition that I'm talking about. Right, so you click on it, and then you start dragging, and then because you start dragging, it collapses the rest of the cards, and then if you are over here, then it highlight that section. So in order to do that, for me, that would be an on drag to go here, and then that thing is gonna get, oh, that's gonna be a weird transition. That is gonna be a weird transition. It's gonna be fine. Bitch! Sorry, 1 second. I said that. That one's gonna take this with... Ah, yeah, not that. This is out of design. I'm not gonna lie on this one. This is out of design. I'll drag. So if I'm here and I'm dragging, then I'm over this. If I'm not and I'm releasing, it's gonna remove. Right. So I take my card, I drag it out. It's fine because I'm still holding it. And then if I'm hovering here, it's where I'm gonna post or place my card. If not, it's just gonna do that, which right now just broke. But yeah, just you know what? That's not the right one. Cool. Then it just regroups or degroups things. There, whatever. Drag, drop. Cool. I don't know. Yeah, could work. Could work. I like this one as well. This is a pretty good idea of fanning them out. Kind of, I think you did like a bit better. So you expand your deck. You see the beginning of each phrases on hover on each card. They can rise up if there is more text underneath, which technically they will always rise up to account just in case. And then when you select one, you pick one, it's gonna go here, and you can confirm, which yeah is a more mechanical way of doing it rather than the more human organic drag and drop section thingy that I was doing, but technically it's the same shit. So I kind of like that a lot. It's just it might get extremely messy to begin with, like just to fan it out. Debatable. You decide on that. But yeah, no, it's good. You did great. Absolutely didn't change everything. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's okay. What? Oh, that's why. It was kind of weird, the transition thing. Mm-hmm. Nah. Eh. So, lesson to be learned on this. If you are doing something, or if you are creating a website or a game or something that is related or linked to an existing activity, try to pick up some of the cues or the thing that you do in that said activity to implement in your design. So for that example, I took the getting my cards in my hand as a fan to ensure that they are always close to me. I can always shuffle them through while someone is picking up their black cards. And instead of always having everything on display. And then for the user and the game itself is that the person that plays the black card is then waiting for the other players to place their white cards next to it. And so that would be on the table in front of you. And so you don't really need to remember who is winning, who is losing, all of that in between placing cards. It just depends on who the fuck is going to get the best one right now. So it's taking in the activities of the game and how things work will help you to get something that is a bit more natural for the players and for yourself in the long run. Yeah. Then yeah, that's also 100% work. 100%. God damn, that's gonna be wild. I don't think I can do that. We'll see. But yeah, that's about it. I am clicking the right button extremely fast right now. Aha, because I don't want them to stop playing all that. I think they are kind of tired after almost 7 hours of stream, so I hope they don't end soon. Anyways, we're reading Bad Cop. As always, the VOD is going to be on YouTube. I'm going to chop up the thing to get the fuck off ads. I'm going to chop up the thing to ensure that we have Discovery Monday on YouTube as a standalone video. You can follow me on Discord if you want to. Stalk me on social media as always, and I shall be back tomorrow for some Assignment Tuesday on Tuesday. We have a bit of a metal texture thing to do tomorrow, so that would be interesting. Anyways, as always, I said bitch a lot, I said shit a lot, and fuck a lot. That happens a lot, and we shall be ending soon. So please, thanks a lot for the follows today. And I'll see you next time tomorrow. Bye. Take care. All that. See ya. Be kind to each other. Go eat something. You know, classic. Bye.